Play me my song. Here it comes again. 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 Was a merry old soul, and a merry old soul was he. So he called for his pipe, and he called for his bowl, and he called for his fiddlers three. The clock tick-tock on the mantelpiece, and I want, and I feel, and I know, and I touch the wall. got time. Brush back your hair and let me get to know your face. She is a lady, she is mine. Oh, brush back your hair and let me get to know your flesh. I've been waiting here for so long, and all this time that passed me by, it doesn't seem to matter now. You stand there with your mixed expression, casting doubt on all I have to say. Why don't you touch me? Touch me! Why don't you touch me? Touch me! Touch me! Now! 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 Now!
The scattered pages of a book by the sea, held by the sand, washed by the waves. A shadow forms, cast by a cloud, skimming by as eyes of the past, but the rising tide absorbs them, effortlessly draining. They told of one who, tired of all, singing praise him, praise him. We heed not flatterers, he cried, by our command. Waters retreat, show my power, halt at my feet. But the cause was lost, now cold winds blow. Far from the north, overcast ranks advance, fear the storm, accusing with rage and scorn. The waves surround the sinking throne, singing crowd him, crowd him. Those who love our majesty show themselves, all bent their but he forced a smile even though his hopes they dashed where offerings fell. Can you tell me where my country lies? Said the unicorn to his true love's eyes. It lies with me, cried the Queen of Maybe. For her merchandise he traded in his prize. Paperlate, cried a voice in the crowd. Old man dies, the note he left was signed Old Father Thames. It seems he's drowned, selling England by the pound. Citizens of hope and glory, time goes by, it's the time of your life. Easy now, sit you down, chewing through your wimpy dreams. They eat without a sound, digesting England by the pound. Young man says you are what you eat well. Old man says you are what you wear, well. You know what you are, you don't give a damn. Bursting your belt, that is your homemade sham. The captain leaves his arms right on through the night. Join the dance, follow on till the grey of sunset, see them all. Follow on till the gold is cold, dancing out with the rolling night. Knights in the green shields down and shout. credit card, she plays full tune. The deck is uneven right from the start, and all of their hands are playing a part. Captain leads his lambs right out through the night. Join the dance, follow on, and round table talk it down we go. You're the show, up we go. Play the hobby horse, I'll play the fool. We'll tease the bull, baby, round and loud, loud and loud. Follow on, with a twist of the world we go. Follow on, till the goal is cold. Dancing out with the moonlit night. Nights in the green fields down and shout.
Bluebells come in every size. Some are wise and some are the wise. They got pretty blue eyes. For now a man may change. For now her face looks strange. Looks strange. Looks strange. Marching to the promised land, where the honey flows and takes you by the hand, pulls you down on your knees, while you're down a pool like this. The face in the water looks up shakes her head as if to say that it's the last time you'll look like today. Launched 1,000 ships is sinking fast. That happens, you know. The water gets below. Seems not very long ago. Lovelier she was than any that I know. Angels never know it's time to close the book and gracefully decline. The song's found a tale. My, what a jealous fool is she. The face in the water looks up. She shakes her head as if to say that the blue girls have all gone away.
Lips up the weirdest tree. You gotta be careful.
I missed the battle roar. Accountants keep a score. 10-4. They've never been alone after getting a radio phone. The bluebells are ringing for sweet meal Sam. Real ham, handing out bread and jam just like any picnic. 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 It's 5-4 on William Wright. He made his pile on Derby night when Billy was a kid. Walking the streets, the other kids hid, so they did. And now, after working hard in security trade, he's got it made. The shops that need aid are those that haven't paid. I'll do my double show quick. Sid Micklebrick, fresh out the nick. So cheap all day. The minute they leave and the visit I pay. Does it pay? And his friend, Liquid Land by name of wine, women, and Wandsworth Fame said I'll break clean the legs over the bastard that got me frayed. I'll break clean the legs over the bastard that got me frayed. They called me the Reverend when I entered the church unstained. My employers have changed, but the name has remained. All began when I went on a tour, hoping to find some furniture. Followed a sign saying beautiful chest, led to a lady who showed me her best. She was taken by surprise when I quickly closed my eyes. So she rang the bell and quick as hell, Bob Vinal came out on his job to see what the trouble was. Louise, is the Reverend hard to please? Perhaps, sir, if it's not too late, we could interest you in our old-fashioned Staffordshire plate. Oh, no, not me. I'm a man of repute. But the devil caught hold of my soul, and a voice called out, "Shoot!" To save my steeple, I visited people, for this I'd gone when I met little John. His name came, I understood, when the judge said, "You are a robbing hood." He told me of his strange foundation, conceived on sight of the word stagnation. He'd had to hide his reputation. When poor, 'twas salvation from door to door. But now, with a pin-up guru every week, it was love, peace, and truth incorporated for all who seek. He employed me as a car mechanic with overall charms. His hands were then fit to receive arms. That's why we're in the battle of Epping Forest. Yes, it's the battle of Epping Forest, right outside your door. We got your souls for peanuts, and we got
the Bethnal Green butcher, but he's counted on the right by mixed chain gang fights. And Liquid Len, with his smashed bottle men, he's lobbing Bob the knob across the gob. With his kisser in a mess, Bob seems under stress, but John's the joke hits Len right in the mouth. And Howard Demure, who's still not quite sure, 5 acorns from out of his fling. You come together.
Up above the crowd, it's finest of the cloud, done proud. The bold and brazen brass seen darkly through the glass. The butler's got jam on his rails. Roy does out of the lot with tea from a silver pot, just like any picnic. So the black cat barons toss a coin to settle the score.
Was it summer when the river ran dry? Or was it just another dam? When the evil of a snowflake in June could still be a source of relief. Oh, how I love you, I once cried long ago. But I was the one who decided to go to search beyond the final crest, though I'd heard it said just birds could dwell so high. So I pretended to have wings for my arms and took off in the air. I flew to places which the clouds never see, too close to the deserts shepherds of lies forced me to land and take a disguise. I would welcome a horse's kick to send me back if I could find a horse not made of sand. If this desert's all there'll ever be, then tell me what becomes of me. A fall of rain, there must have been another of your dreams, a dream of man, moon. Must have been another of your dreams, a
this planet soil. Now the rain has come to end. Has life again destroyed life? Do they play elsewhere? Do they know more than their childhood games? Maybe the lizard can tell. This is the end of man's long human earth. From life alone to life as one. Think not now, your journey's done. Though your ship be sturdy, no mercy has the sea. Will you survive on the ocean of being? Come, ancient children, you will say. My parting counsel for you and Ray. and the land lies down. On Broadway, early morning, Manhattan, ocean winds blow on the land. Movie palaces now undone. The all-night watchmen have their fun, sleeping cheaply on the midnight show. It's the same old ending. Time to go, get out. It seems they cannot leave their dream. There's something moving in the sidewalk steam, and the land lies down. On Broadway, nighttime flyers feel their veins. Drugstore takes down the chains. Metal motion comes in bursts. The gas station can quench that thirst. Suspension cracked on a main road. The trucker's eyes read overload. Back out of the subway. Rail imperial every song kid. Exits in the daylight. Spray on in. And the land lies down. On Broadway, the lamp seems right out of place. The Broadway street scene finds a focus in its face. Somehow its lying there brings a stillness to the air. Though man-made light at night is very bright, there's no whitewash victim as the neons dim to the code of white. Rail imperial every song kid. Wipes his gun, he's forgotten what he did, and the land lies down. On Broadway, Suzanne tied her work all done. Thinks money, money, beyond neon. Catman's velvet glove sounds the horn, and the sawdust king spits out his scorn. Wonder women, you can draw your blind. Don't look at me, I'm not your kind. I'm real. Something inside me is just gone. Lord knows what I have done, and the land lies down. On Broadway, on Broadway, on Broadway, always bright. On Broadway, on Broadway, there's always magic in the on Broadway, on Broadway, always bright. On Broadway.
There is lamb's wool under my naked feet. The wool is soft and warm, gives off some kind of heat. A salamander scurries into flame to be destroyed. Imaginary creatures are trapped in birth on celluloid. The fleas cling to the golden fleece, hoping they'll find peace. Each thought and gesture a caught in celluloid. There's no hiding in memory, there's no room to avoid. The crawlers cover the floor in the red ochre corridor. For my second sight of people, they've more lifeblood than before. They're moving in time to a heavy wooden door, where the needle's eye is winking, closing on the core. The carpet crawlers, heed their callers. We gotta get him to get out. We gotta get him to get out. We gotta get him to get out. There's only one direction in the faces that I see. It's upward to the ceiling, where the chamber's said to be. Like the forest fight for sunlight that takes root in every tree. They are pulled up by the magnet, believing they're free. The carpet crawlers, heed their callers. We gotta get him to get out. We gotta get him to get out. We gotta get him to get out.
Mild-mannered supermen are held in prison. sight of a dome. In desire for conquest, he found himself within a glade he'd not beheld before. And as his strength began to fail, he saw a shimmering
The shadow in the dark green depths
disturb the strange tranquility. The waters are disturbed. Some creature has been stirred. As he rushed to quench his thirst, a fountain spring appeared before him, and as his heated breath brushed through the cool mist, a liquid voice called, "Sullen gods, drink from my spring."
The water tasted strangely sweet.
Behind him the voice called again. He turned and saw her in a cloak of mist alone. And as he gazed, her eyes were filled with the darkness of the lake. We shall reward. We shall rejoin the Away from me, cold-blooded woman, your thirst is not mine. Nothing will cause us to part. Hear me, oh gods.
Descended from the sky. the hills, and the night will cover all my pride. Blessed are they who smile from bodies free. Seems to me like any other crowd who are waiting to be saved.
to take us to my home. Keep outside the night. The ice cold knife has come to decorate the dead. Somehow, and each will find a home. And there will still be time.
The silent mirror and fish for bitter minnows amongst the weeds and slimy water.
lost as it tries to be seen. Fields of incentive covered with green. Mesmerized children now playing, meant to be seen but not heard. from dreaming, don't be absurd.
I can experiment further still.
Madrigal music is playing, voices can faintly be heard. Please leave this patient undisturbed. Sentenced to drift far away now. Nothing is quite what it seems. Sometimes entangled in your own dreams.
You're tired and ill. With your consent we can experiment further still. Well, thanks to our kindness and skill, you'll have no trouble until your breath and the nurse will present you the bill.
I wandered lonely as a cloud till I came upon this dirty street. I've never seen a stranger crowd, slumber girls on squeaky feet,
Continually pacing with nonchalant embracing. Each harvest is racing, one facing me moves to say hello.
Your skins are covered in slimy lumps, with lips that slide across each chin. His twisted limbs like rubber stumps. I waved in welcome, say please join in.
My grip must be flipping, cause his handshake keeps slipping. My hopes keep on dipping, and his lips keep on smiling all the time.
Without you, have tasted love. Don't belong to what you see. You yourself are just the same as what you see.
Like you. Like that.
Better watch it, son. Your sentence has only just begun. You better run and join your brother John.
You're in the colony, Slippermen. There's no one all away. You get out if you got to ride. To see Dr. Diver with on sniper, here without the wintry rider. John and I are able to face the doctor race on the table. Say,
Understand, Mike. That's the end of your time.
don't delay, Dr. Dick, or watch his countdown time tick. This is the number into a tube. It's a yellow plastic shooby-doo. It says know your fingers they tickle. You'll be safe in our pickle. Suddenly black cloud come down from the sky. It's a supersized blackbird that sure can fly. The rainbow brings on darkness and night. The flies right down, gives me one hell of a fight. He takes the tube right out of my hands. Man, I gotta find where that blackbird lands. Look here, John, I've got to run. I need you now, you're going to come. He says to me, now can't you see?
With a raven flies, there's jeopardy. We've been cured on the couch, now you're sick with your grouch. I'll not risk my honey pouch, which my slouch, the west slung very low.
He walks away and leaves me once again. Even though I never learned, I hoped he showed you some concern. Some concern.
you float away, watch you float away.
Tell me my life is about to begin. Tell me that I'm a hero. Promise me all of your violent dreams. Light up your body with anger. Now, in a sunny world, it's time to destroy all this evil. Now, when I give a word, get ready to fight for your freedom. Now! Stand up and fight, for you know we are right. We must strike at the lies that are spread like disease to our minds. Soon we'll have power, every soldier will rest, and we'll spread out our kindness to all who our love now deserve. Some of you are going to die, martyrs of course to the freedom that I shall provide. Those you must kill, all must die with their children. Carry their heads to the palace of old, hang them high, let the blood flow. Now in the sunny world, break all the chains around us. Now the crusade has begun, give us a land with the heroes now. Stand up and fight, for you know we are right. We must strike at the lies that are spread like disease through our minds. Soon we'll have power, every soldier will rest, and we'll spread out our kindness to all who our love now deserve. Some of you are going to die, martyrs of course to the freedom that I shall provide.
This I can't believe. Oh, Mary, they're asking us to leave.
Get 'em out now, Friday. I've told you before, it's good money gone if we let them stay. And if it isn't easy, we can squeeze out of the breeze and our troubles will soon run away.
After all this time, they ask us to leave. And I told them we could pay double the rent. I don't know why it seems so funny seeing as how they take more money. The Winkler called again. He came here this morning with £400 and a photograph of the place he has found. A block of flats with central heating. I think we're going to find it hard.
Now we got them. I've always said that. Cash, cash, cash. Don't do anything well. Work can be rewarding. When a flash of intuition is a gift that helps you excel. Here we are in Hollywood Town. Do you recognize your block across the square? Over there. Sadly, since last time we spoke, we found we've had to raise the rent again. Just a bit.
This I can't believe. Oh, Mary,
And we agreed to leave.
It is my sad duty to inform ye of a 4-foot restriction on humanoid hides.
I hear the directors of genetic control control. I've been buying all the properties that have recently been sold, taking risks so bold. It said now that people will be sure to hide, they can fit twice as many in the same building size. They say it's alright, beginning with the tenants of the town of Harlow. In the interest of humanity, they've been told they must go, told they must go, 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 go. The chamber was in confusion, all the voices shouting loud. I could only just hear a voice quite near say, please help me through the crowd. Said if I helped her through, she could help me too, but I could see that she was wholly blind. From her pale face and the pale skin, a moonlight shines, Lilywhite Lilith. She gonna take you through the tunnel of night. Lilywhite Lilith, she gonna lead you right. When I played her through the people, the angry noise began to grow. She said, let me feel the way the breezes blow, and I'll show you where to go. So I followed her into a big round cave. She said, they're coming for you, now don't be afraid. Then she sat me down on a cold stone throne, carved in jade, Lilywhite Lilith. She gonna take you through the tunnel of night. Lilywhite Lilith, she gonna lead you right. My fear and the darkness closes in on me. I can hear a whirring sound growing near. I can see the corner of a tunnel lit up by whatever's coming here. Two golden globes float into the room, and a blaze of white light
erogenous souls. I love you. Without you, what would a poor boy do? Found a girl I wanted to date. Thought I'd better get it straight. Went to buy a book before it's too late. Don't leave nothing to fate. I studied every line, every page in the book. And now I got the real thing here. I'm gonna take a look. Take a look. This is a trail. I'm counting out time, hoping it goes like I planned it, 'cause I understand it. Look, I found the hot spots, figures 1 and 9. Still counting out time. I got my finger on the button, don't say nothing, just lie there still, and I'll get you turned on just fine. Erogenous songs, I love you. Without you, what would a poor boy do? Touch and go with 1 to 6. Bit of trouble in zone number 7. Gotta remember all of my tricks. With 7 ahead in number 11. Get crucial responses with dilation of the pupils. Honey, get hip. It's time to unzip. To unzip, zip, 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 zip. Put it away, Mr. Guitar. Counting out time. Reaction, none too happy. Please don't sap me. I'm a red-blooded male, and the book said I could not fail. I'm counting out time. I got unexpected distress from my mistress. I get my money back from the bookstore right away. Erogenous songs, I question you. Without you, what would a poor boy do? Without you, what would a poor boy do? Without you, mankind comes through the blue.
Friend to land, friend to the trees, no friend to the snowman. Where does he go? What does he do? Does he meet with the mole, the stream, the cloud, and end up at the bottom of the sea? Fishy got a hook in his throat. Fishy got problems. Where does he go? What does he do? Does he hope it's too small to bore a hole? Will end up being thrown back in the sea. I'm back in the sea. Lurking by a stone in the mud, two eyes looked to see what I was, and then something spoke, and this is what it said to me. out on the sea. Instead I'm on this window ledge with the whole world below.
Up at the window, look at the window. We can help you, we can help you. We're all your friends. If you come on down and talk to us, son, you must be joking. Take a run, angel. The crowd was getting stronger, and the high road getting weaker. Forwards, backwards, swaying side to side, fearing the very worst. Fate called his mother to the side. Run, 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 run. Up on the leg beside him, his mother made a last request. Cut off the leg. If your father were alive, he'd be very, very, very upset. You just can't jump. You just can't jump. Your shirt's so dirty. There's a man from the BBC. You just can't jump. We can help you. We can help you. We're all your friends. If you come on down and talk to us, Harry, you must be joking. Take a run, angel.
A carved oak table tells a tale of times when kings and queens sent wine from goblets gold, and the brave would lead their ladies from out the room to arbors cool. A time of valor and legends born, a time when honor meant much more to a man than life, and the days knew only strife to tell right from wrong through lance and sword. Why can we never be sure till we die, or have killed for an answer? Race to believe that no race has been grander. It seems because through time and space, though names may change, each face retains the masked one. Dusty table, musty smells, tarnished silver lies discarded upon the floor. Only feeble light descends through a film of grey that scars the panes. Gone the carving and those who left their mark. Gone the kings and queens, now only the rats hold sway, and the weak must die according to nature's law, as old as they. Why can we never be sure till we die, or have killed for an answer? Why face. Though names may change, each face retains the mask it wore. Striking down the water, John is drifting out of sight. It's only at the turning point that you find out how you fight. In the cold, feel the cold all around, and the rush of crashing water surrounds me with its sound, striking out to reach you. I can't get through to the other side. When you're racing in the rapids, there's only one way, that's to ride. Taken down by the undertow. Spiral down the riverbed, my fire is burning low. Catching hold of a rod that's firm, I'm waiting for John to be carried past. We hold together, and shoot the rapids fast. And when the waters slow down, the dark and the deep have no one left to keep. Hang on, John, we're out of this at last. Something's changed, that's not your face, it's mine. would search everywhere just to hear your call. Walk upon stranger roads through this one little world I used to know before. I miss you more than the sun reflecting off my pillow, bringing the warmth of new life, and the sounds that echoed all around me. I caught a glimpse of in the night, but now I've lost everything. I give to you my soul, the meaning of all that I believed before escapes me in this world of none, no thing, no one. And I was like everywhere, just to hear your call, and walk upon stranger roads than this one in a world I used to know before. And now I
your mind like your family said. All along the wagons, all along the dusty trail, 17 years, not over a day, like children in the wild. Your mother's milk still wet on your face, and no one to pray for your safe journey home. Out beyond the desert, across the mountains by the fall, servants who leave their master's house are walking all around. The golden fields that beckon you are darkened by the years. Go west, young man. If you knew then what you know today, you'd be back where you started, a happier man. And leave all the glory to those who have remained. So go west, young man. Go west, young man, like the family said. written in the book. For so many times since then I read those words, just waiting to see you. Can you see me?
There's been no one who makes me feel like you do. Say we'll be together till the end. But I could leave, but I won't go. It'd be easier, I know. I can't feel a thing from my head down to my toes. So why does it always seem to be me looking at you, you looking at me? It's always the same, it's just a shame, that's all. But I love you more than I wanted to. There's no point in trying to pretend. There's been no one who makes me feel like you do. Say we'll be together till the end. But just as I thought it was going alright, I found out I'm wrong when I thought it was right. It's always the same, it's just a shame, that's all. Well, I could say day and you say night. Tell me it's black when I know that it's white. It's always the same, it's just a shame, that's all. That's all.
Wrapped up in some powdered wound, I guess I'm losing touch. Don't tell me this is dying, 'cause I ain't changed that much. The only sound is water drops. I wonder where the hell I am. Some kind of jam. Cuckoo, cocoon, have I come to do something for you? There's nothing I can recognize. This is nowhere that I've known. With no sign of life at all, I guess that I'm alone. And I feel so secure that I know this can't be real, but I feel good. Cuckoo, cocoon, have I come to do something for you? I wonder if I'm prisoner, locked in some Brooklyn jail, or some sort of Jonah, shut up inside the whale. No, I'm still there, and I'm stuck in some kind of cave. What could have saved me? Cuckoo, cocoon, have I come to do something for you?
Too many have stood where I stand. Many more will stand here too.
and strange is the way you built me up and knocked me down again. All was fun, and now it's over. Why can't I just leave the stage? Maybe that's because you securely locked me up and threw away the key. Oh mama, please would you find the key? Oh pretty mama, please won't you let me go free? I thought I was lucky, I thought that I'd got it. How could I be so blind? You said goodbye on a corner that I thought led to the straight. You set me on a firmly laid and simple course, then you moved the road. Oh mama, please help me find our way. Oh pretty mama, please lead me through the next day. I thought I was lucky. Oh, I thought that I'd got it made. How can I be so blind? The gray of evening fills the room. There's no need to look outside to see or feel the rain. And I reach across to touch her, but I know that she's not there. Rain keeps running down the window pane. Time is running out for me. Can't you see what you are doing to me? Can't you see what you have done? As I try to pass another long and sleepless night, 100 crazy voices call my name. As I try to pass them by, I almost can't believe that she's here. Here in the glow of the night. Do you know what you have done? Do you know what you've become? Do you see we shall never be together again? All of my life silence and darkness. We held each other near that night. We prayed it would last forever.
other here tonight, for we're Need I say I care? Need I say that emotions something we don't share? I don't want to be sitting here trying to deceive you, 'cause you know I know, baby, that I don't wanna go. We cannot live together, we cannot live apart, and that's the situation. I knew it from the start. Every time that I look at you, that I can see that future, 'cause you know I know, baby, that I don't wanna go. Just throw it all away, throw it all away. Is there nothing that I can say to make you change your mind? I watch the world go round and round and see mine turning upside down. Throw it all away. Now who will light up the darkness? Who will hold your hand? Who will find you the answers when you don't understand? Why should I have to be the one who has to convince you? 'Cause you know I know, baby, that I don't wanna go. Someday you will be sorry, someday when you're free, memories will remind you that our love was meant to be. But late at night when you call my name, the only sound you'll hear is the sound of your voice calling, calling after me. Just throw it all away, throw it all away. And there's nothing that I can say. I you to snuff it. All he has to do is puff it.
He's such a fine dancer.
Looking for someone, I guess I'm doing that. Trying to find a memory in a dark room. Dirty man, you're looking like a Buddha, I know you well. Yeah, keep on a straight line. I don't believe I can. Trying to find a needle in a haystack. Chilly wind, you're piercing like a dagger. It hurts me so. Nobody needs to discover me. I'm back again. See the sunlight through the trees to keep you warm in peaceful shades of green. Yet in the darkness of my mind, Damascus wasn't far behind. Lost in a subway, I guess I'm losing time. There's a man looking at a magazine. You're such a fool, your mumbo jumbo never tells me anything. Yeah, nobody needs to discover me. I'm back again. You feel the ashes from the fire that kept you warm. Its comfort disappears, but still the only friend I know will never tell me where I go.
Now I found myself a name. On the way. Leave me. All that I have I will give. Leave me. Leave me. All that I have I will give.
and every day is such a perfect day to spend along with you. I will follow you, will you follow me? All the days and nights that we know will be, I will stay with you, will you stay with me? Just one single tear in each passing year. With the dark, oh, I see so very clearly now. All my fears are drifting by me so slowly now, fading away. I can say the night is long, but you are here, close at hand. Oh, I'm better for the smile you give. And while I live, I will follow you. Will you follow me? All the days and nights that we know will be, I will stay with you. Will you stay with me? Just one single tear in each passing year there will be. I will follow you, will you follow me? All the days and nights that we know will be, I will stay with you, will you stay with me? Just one single tear in each passing year. I will follow you, will you follow me? All the days and nights that we know will be, I will stay with you, will you stay with me? Just one single tear in each passing year. I will follow you, will you follow me? All
your pocket. Now how do you feel? So glad that's over, now you know. But I'm only acting under orders. I'm looking down on you from way up here. You got to sing or swim. Get off the
Bored of the life in the city of gold, he'd left and let nobody know. Gone were the towers he had known from a child, along with the dream of a life. He travelled the wide open road, the blinkered arcade, in search of another to share in his life. Nowhere, everyone looked so strange to him. They got no horns and they got no tail. They don't even know of our existence. Am I wrong to believe in the city of gold that lies in the distance? They cried and wept as they led him away to a cage. Beasts that can talk read the sign. The creatures they pushed and they prodded his frame and questioned his story again. But soon they grew bored of their prey, the beast that can talk, more like a freak or publicity stunt. Oh, 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 no, oh, oh. They got no horns and they got no tail. They don't even know of our existence. Am I wrong to believe in the city of gold that lies in the distance? He cried and broke down the door out the cave with funds drawn out. Grabbed the creature by the scruff of his neck, pointing out. There beyond the bounds of your imagination lie the noble towers of my city, bright and gold. Let me take you there, show you a living story. Let me show you others such as me, wide-eyed, Beverly. They got no horns and they got no tail. They don't horns and his crazy description of home. After many days' journey we came to a peak where the beast gazed abroad and cried out. We followed his gaze and we thought that maybe we saw a spire of gold. No trick of the eye, that's all. But the beast was gone and the voice was heard. They got no horns and they got no tail. They don't really know about distance, and I long to believe in the city of gold. It lies in the distance. Welcome home.
Something solid forming in the air, and the wall of death is lowered in Times Square. No one seems to care. They carry on as if nothing was there. The wind is blowing harder now, blowing dust into my eyes. The dust settles on my skin, making a crust I cannot move in. And I'm hovering like a fly, waiting for the windshield on the freeway. Still walking in their shades. Lenny Bruce declares a truce and blazes on the hand. Marshall McLuhan, Casual Ewan, it buried in the sand. Sirens on the rooftops waiting, but there's no ship sailing. Groucho with his movies trailing stands alone with his punchline failing. Ku Klux Klan serve hot soul food, and and the band plays in the mood. The cheerleader waves her cyanide wand. There's a smell of peach blossom and bitter almond. Carl Chessman sniffs the air and leads the parade. He knows, innocent, you can bottle all you made. There's Howard Hughes in blue suede shoes, smiling at the majorette, smoking Winston cigarettes. And as the song and dance begins, the children play at home with needles and pins.
Dissolve the trees, and in the broken light, colors fly, fading by. Pale and cold, as figures fill the glade, grey is the web they spin, on and on and on and on. Summer lingers on, though her picture soon shatters. Always the same, but there appears in shades of dawn, though your eyes are dim, all of the pieces in the sky. Sky, Harlequin, Harlequin. Dancing round, 3 children fill the glade. Theirs was the laughter in the winding stream, and in between your door, the picture fades again from the flames in the firelight. Always the same, but there appears in shades of dawn, though your eyes are dim, all of the pieces in the sky. Not lost, light appears in shades of dawn, when your eyes can see all of the pieces, put them back, put them back.
my ship is sinking. The captain stands alone upon a giant's world. A false move by God will now destroy me. But wait, on the horizon, a new dawn seems to be rising. This blossom born to die.
Seduced you and finally loosed you.
left behind. You're all alone. So keep in mind, don't live today for tomorrow. Like inner immortal, the only survivors on this world of ours are the waning sun, the cooling rain, the snowflakes drifting on the breath of the breeze, the lightning bolt that frees the sky for you. You don't need those seem to pass on through the words of love, the cries of hate, and the man in the moon.
As he walks along the gorge's edge, he meets her sense of yesteryear. A window in the bank above his head reveals his home amidst the streets. Subway sounds, sounds of complaint, the smell of acid on his gun of paint, as he carves out anger in a blood-red band, destroying tomorrow by an unknown hand. My home! Is this the way out from the endless sea? Or just an for lunch. Bum-de-dum-de-dum. When the sun beats down and I lie on the bench, I can always hear them talk.
There's always been Ethel. She can wake up, we got a tiny room now. And then Mr. Lewis, isn't it time that he was out on his own? Over the garden wall, two little lovebirds, cuckoo to you. Keep them moonlit shot, I know.
When the sun beats down and I lie on the bench, I can always hear them talk. Me? I'm just a lawnmower. You can tell me by the way I walk.
Sunday at 6 when they closed both the gates, a weird old pair still sitting there. Wonder if they're late for church and it's cold, so they fasten their coats and cross the grass. They're always last. Passing by the padlock swings, the roundabout still turning. Ahead they see a small girl on her way home with a pram. Inside the archway the priest greets them with a courteous nod. He's close to God, looking back at days of 4 instead of 2. Years seem so 2 heads bent in prayer, for friends not there. wait and wait to board the bus that ambers down the street.
Faces and traces of home.
Back in your city, so you think I'm a tough kid? Is that what you heard? Yeah, but I got to see
All the pumping's nearly over for my sweetheart. This is the one for me. Time to meet the chef. Oh boy, the running man is out of death. Feel cold, the road is getting hard to catch my breath. It's back to ash. Now you've had your flash, boy. The rocks in time compress your blood to oil, your flesh to coal, enrich the soil. Not everybody's goal. Anyway, they say she comes on a pale horse, but I'm sure I hear a train. Oh boy, I don't even feel no pain. I guess I must be driving myself insane. Damn it all! Does earth plug a hole in heaven? Or heaven plug a hole in earth? How wonderful to be so profound, when everything you are is dying underground. I feel the pull on the rope, lift me off at the rainbow. I could have been exploded in space, different orbits for my bones. Not me, just quietly buried in stones. Keep the deadline open with my maker. See me stretch the God's elastic acre. The doorbell rings and it's good morning, rail. So sorry you have to wait. It won't be long. Yeah, she's really, really late.
play. We always watch the Queen on Christmas Day. Won't you stay? Roll your eyes, see shipwrecked sailors, you're still dry. The outlook's fine, the whales might have some rain. Saved again.
Let's get the news, boy. I'll make some tea. Arabs and the Jews, boy. Too much for me. They get me confused, boy. Puts me off to sleep. And the thing I hate, oh Lord, is staying up late to watch some debate on Salvation Day.
Hypnotized by Batman Tarzan, still surprised. You won the West in time to be our guest. Name your prize. Drop of wine, glass of beer, dear, what's the time? The grime on the time is mine, oh mine, oh mine. 9:05.
Blood on the rooftops, Venice in the spring. Streets of San Francisco, word from Peking. Trouble was started.
trust. I'd rather trust a countryman than a town man. You can judge by his eyes, take a look if you can. You smile through his guard. Survival trains hard. I'd rather trust a man who works with his hands. He looks at you once, you know he understands. Don't need any shield when you're out in the field. But down here, I'm so alone with my fear, with everything that I hear and every single door that I've walked through. Brings me back here again. I've got to find my own way. The priest and the magician singing all the chants that they have ever heard, and they're all calling out my name. Even academics searching printed word. My father to the left of me, my mother to the right. Like everyone else, they're pointing, but nowhere feels quite right. And I need someone to believe in, someone to trust. I need someone to believe in, someone to trust. I'd rather trust a man who doesn't shout what he's found. There's no need to sell if you're homeward bound. If I choose a side, you won't take me for a ride. Back inside this chamber of so many doors, I've nowhere to hide. I'd give you all of my dreams if you'd help me find the door that doesn't lead me back again. Take me away.
The streets were deserted, though the police were alerted. They considered the phone call a hoax. Furtively glancing, then jauntily prancing, the youth caught the guards unaware. Slipping between them, he ought to have seen them. The eyes and their own are so near. With torch shining bright, he strode on in the night till he came to the room with the safe. Hello, son, I am
surrounded, but yet some more tricks up the sleeve. Come outside with your hands held high. You're not getting your life, sir. I promise you that, sir. Identify, we are the same as you died. You done me wrong. It's the same old song. Forever, forever. Robbery, assault and battery. Heaven and his felony. Robbery, assault and battery. Heaven and his felony. Shooting by the roof, the bastard's gone away. God always starts on the side of the bad man. Bad man, bad man, bad man. I'm fucking away, but I'll be back someday. Just the combination will have changed. Someday they'll catch me to a chain, they'll attach me. Until that day I ride the old crime wave. If they try to hold me for trial, I'll stay out of jail for paying my bail. And after I'll go to the court of appeal, saying you done me wrong. It's the same old song. Forever, forever. Done me wrong, same old song. 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 Done me wrong, done me wrong, same old song. I heard the old man tell his tale. Take up alone within a storm, and losing hope he clears the leaves
consult the old man, clutching money in his hand. With a shrug, the old man smiled, took the money, left the farmer wild, and the changes of no consequence will pick up the reins from nowhere. Nowhere.
time to go to bed now. Never seems too keen to be a guest now in a house of dreams. Flying from a hillside, beckoning the trees, a sailboat turning, mimicking the breeze. I'm fighting gravity falling. My daddy won't let them get me. A voice screams, seems to be calling. The festern speeches are burning.
I got sunshine in my stomach, like I just rocked my baby to sleep. I got sunshine in my stomach, but I can't keep me from creeping sleep, sleep deep in the deep.
It is our age. Human bodies so will lower. Kill them with your ugly eyes. Heraclea, Matty, Gazzy.
crosses are blue. Your friends didn't make it through. Out of the night and out of the dark, into the fire and into the fight. Well, that's the way the heroes go. Ho, ho, ho. Through a crack in Mother Earth, blazing hot, the molten rock spills out over the land. And the love is the lover who licks your boots away. Hey, hey. You don't want to fall as well, but better stay. start to dance? Do you wanna dance with me? You better start doing it right. Music's playing, the notes are right, but you're left foot first and moving to the light. The edge of this hill is the edge of the world, and if you're gonna cross, you better start doing it right. Better start doing it right. You better start doing it right. The dance begins. We shall be kings on this world.
He walked into a valley all alone. There he talked with water and then with the vine.
Travel across the plateau of ice up to its edge. Then they crossed a mountain range and saw the final plain. Still beneath
slow. He took one without hope. Feedback on the mountainside. He thought he recognized him by his walk and by the way he fell, and by the way he stood up and vanished into air.
The scent grows richer. He knows he must be near. He finds a long passageway lit by chandelier. Each step he takes, the perfumes change from familiar fragrance to flavors strange. A magnificent chamber meets his eye. Inside, a long rose water pool is shrouded by fine mist. Stepping in the moist silence, with a warm breeze he's gently kissed. Thinking he is quite alone, he enters the room as if it were his own. But ripples on the sweeping water reveal some company unthought of. Hale stands astonished, doubting his sight, struck by beauty, gripped in fright. 3 vermilion snakes, a female face, the smallest motion filled with grace. Muted melodies fill the echoing hall, but there is no sign of warning in the siren's call. Rail, welcome, we are the Lamia of the moon. We have been waiting for our waters to bring you cool. Putting fear beside him, he trusts in beauty blind. He slips into the nectar, leaving his shredded clothes behind. With With their tongues they test, taste, and judge all that is mine. They move in a series of caresses that glide up and down my spine. As they nibble the fruit of my flesh, I feel no pain, only a magic that a name would stain. With the first drop of my blood in their veins, their faces are convulsed in mortal pains. The fairest cries, we all have loved you well. Each empty snake-like body floats, silent sorrow in empty boats. A sickly sourness fills the room, the bitter harvest of a dying bloom. Looking for motion I know I will not find. I stroke the curls now turning pale, in which I'd lain entwined. Oh, lamb, your flesh that remains I will take as my food. It is the scent of garlic that lingers on my chocolate fingers. Turns icy blue. The lights are dimmed, and once again the stage is set for you.
The path is clear, though no eyes can see. The course laid down long before. And so with gods and men, the sheep remain inside their pen. Though many times they've seen the way to lead. He rides majestic past homes of men who care not or gaze with joy to see reflected there the trees, the sky, the lily fair. The scene of death is lying just below. The mountain cuts off the town from view like a cancer growth is removed by skill. Let it be revealed. A waterfall is madrigal, an inland sea is symphony. Na 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 na. Our dino songs urge the sailors on till lured by the siren's cry. has claimed another soul. And so with God's advent, the sheep remain inside their pen until the shepherd leads his flock away. The sands of time hurry rolling by, the river of constant change. Dabs her skin with pretty smells concealing to appeal. I will make my bed, she said, return to go. Can she be late for her cinema show? Cinema show. Romeo locks his basement flat and scurries up the stair, with head held high and floral tie, a weekend millionaire. I will make my bed with her tonight, he cries. Can he fail, armed with his chocolate? Listen to the old one speak of all he has lived through. I have crossed between the poles. For me there's no mystery. Once a man like the sea I raged, once a woman like the earth I gave. But there is in fact more earth than sea.
listen to the old one speak of all he has lived through. I have crossed between the poles. To me there's no mystery. Once a man like the sea I raged, once a woman like the earth I gave. But there is in fact more earth than
I don't belong here, said old Tessa out loud.
Easy love, there's the safe way home. Thankful for her fine fair discount. Tess cooperates. Still alone in oh hello. See the deadly nightshade grow.
Walking across the sitting room, I turn the television off. Sitting beside you, I look into your eyes as the sound of motor cars fades in the night time. I swear I saw your face change. It didn't seem quite right, and it's hello, babe, with your guardian eyes so blue. Hey, my baby, don't you know our love is true? Coming closer with our eyes, a distance falls around our bodies. Out in the garden, the moon seems very bright. 6 saintly shrouded men move across the lawn slowly. The 7th walks in front with a cross held high in hand, and it's hey babe, your supper's waiting for you. Hey my baby, don't you know our love is true? I've been so far from here, far from your warm arms. It's good to feel you again. It's been a long, long time, hasn't it?
Wearing feelings on our faces while our faces took a rest. We walked across the fields to see the children of the West. We saw a host of dark-skinned warriors standing still below the ground. Waiting for battle.
fate. Order for rejoicing and dancing has come from our Lord. Wandering in the chaos the battle has left, we climb up the mountain of human flesh to a plateau of green grass and green trees full of life. A young figure sits still by a pool. He's been stamped human bacon by some butchering tool. He is you. Social security took care of this lad. We watch in reverence as Narcissus is turned to a flower. A flower? If you go down to Willow Farm to look for butterflies, butterbuns, gutterflies, open your eyes. It's full of surprise. Everyone knows that the function rocks. And the musical box. Oh, there's mom and dad and good and bad, and everyone's happy to be here. There's Winston Churchill dressed in drag. He used to be a British flag. Plastic bag, what a rag! The frog was a prince. The prince was a brick. The brick was an egg. The egg was a bird.
Fly away, you sweet little thing, they're hot on your tail.
Haven't you heard?
To change you to a human being.
Yes, we're happy as fish and gorgeous as geese and wonderfully clean in the morning. We've got everything. We're growing everything. We've got some in, we've got some out. We've got some wild things floating about. Everyone, we're changing everyone. We'll name them all, we've had them here. And the real stars are still to appear. Feel your body melt.
Mum to mud to mad.
To dad, dad in the office, dad in the office.
You're all full of all.
Dad to dam, to dam.
To mum, mum diddly washing, mum diddly washing.
You're all full of all. Let me hear your lies. We're living this up to the eyes. Mama, I want you live. And as you listen to my voice, to look for hidden doors, tidy floors, molar floors.
kiss. Hey, babe, with your guardian eyes so blue. Hey, my baby, don't you know our love is true?